Right, here we are. Actually, 6 minutes before the match has started. Right, let's have a quick check of this. Upcoming, why is it upcoming? There we go. Chub got some volume. Here we are. Right, all good then. Right, turn that down. Here we go for the last match of the season on the river. I'm on the River Thames this morning, and I'm fishing a Sutton Courtenay club match. It's a rover today, so we had to sort of pick our pegs, and I didn't have a clue, so I just sort of sat somewhere that I thought was nice, not somewhere that I think's necessarily full of fish, which I think weird. So I've actually got the start of the match. It's been later. Everything's a long. 4 minutes. Six of these, I think, or 8 of these. I'm going to go straight in, and I'm just watching that camera decide if the connection's any good. It should be, although I'm looking at it and it looks a bit rubbish on my phone. Okay, I'll calm down. I had a decent connection, I just checked it. So I've got to make up some balls. I thought, what? These are going to river brown with census growth scud on the roach. So a bag of each is in the mix. I've got 150ml of dead maggot, 250ml of casters, 250ml of hemp. That's what's in here, and that's going to go in over the course of the match. You all right? I'm talking to myself, just streaming as it were. So you can ignore my prattlings. Just chatting to the angler next door. Get these balls ready to go in. So 6, I want 8 to go straight in. Should leave it then. Enough for 2 balls to top up later on in the day. I've got 2 minutes, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's try and put that there for a minute. So yeah, we're on the Cullen Reach section today, the River Thames, Sutton Courtenay waters, just outside of Abingdon. In Cullen, I've got 2 anglers to my right, got 1 angler to my left, 1 angler way down the end of the stretch. It's a known bream haunt, and he's headed off. He's run off down there this morning, and I think I've got another 2 anglers, 1 angler to my right. What are we paying? 60, 40, 20, 3, 4, 6 of us today. I think the rain put a lot of people off. The forecast was awful, and then the river's a little bit up, but it's the last time we get out. Morning, Neil. Before the end of the season. Right, I've got the same 2 cameras set up. Everything's looking nice. I'm fishing 2 rigs today. I'm fishing a 3 gram Drennan AS 7 float, 3 grams, just bulked. I need to put a dropper on there as it happens. Here comes the rain. Difficult. Right, let's put that there. Going in a minute. Getting it up. This could be how it is all match. Right, I just need to put number 8 dropper on that rig. And tidy up that hook length. So yeah, I'm fishing I've got a pole rig set up, 3 gram float, and I've got my ever trusty winter pole feeder set up, which I will go on pretty quickly today, I think. So I just need to work out which rig I'm going to chuck on to ball it. I'm going to put it on this rig. Right. Let's get that out. There's an umming and ahhing going on. We'll try and get set up. Right. Let's balance that there. Nail on my pole. So about there will be right. So we'll fish the feeder to my right, fish the feeder to my left. Get these bubbles in. In, put that there. Right over it. Wipe my hands off and then we'll get going. Right, what we've got to do, get the phone out the rain. So I'm going to go over that ground bait straight away with a pole rig, not the pole feeder. Try and drain that rain off. Last time I was fishing here, I had a roach. And I thought, oh, fantastic, the roach come back. And I caught out a bream. Get that pole right. I did have the brolly up while I was setting up, but I don't want to fish under it. It's too inhibiting on the fishing pole. Right. There we go then. So I'm going to have 10 or so runs through with the pole rig, double magnet to start, and then we'll see where we go from there based on activity. Would just be happy to catch a load of roach today, but it's pushing through too hard still, I think. It flows a little bit too much here. But let's see. So it might be a bit rubbish with the picture for a minute actually. Try and pull that round. Right, let's get that there. Let's see if there's anything about. It's going through super fast. I run the first one through at river speed, and then I'll do some different runs as I go. It's way too quick. It might be used for a flat float, probably everyone will say, but I'm just going to fish the pole feeder. Let's Run that through slower. Add that back. What happened in the match the other week was the noise attracted a chub straight into the peg. I had a chub first chuck. If you've seen that video, that was the one where I won the match a few weeks ago. The maggots going through at river pace just sort of caught the fish's attention. I think that's a bit too fast again today. It's all right there though. There's enough of a run there, I think, to get myself a fish. Oh, here it comes. Rose and Adam this morning. Yeah, see, that's okay. It's not quite right there, Rick. I could fish it with a flat float, but I also can fish it with the pole feeder, and I've got a lot of confidence in the pole feeder, so that's going to be my method of choice today, I think. See there, it runs through all right there. There's a little roach. Off that ground bait, they would have that, I think. Let's run it through a few more times. I'm not looking at chat for a minute, I'm just trying to see if there's anything to be had here. It's a bit too fast. I was contemplating if I should re-plumb it and fish it super short. But the last time I did it, there was no fish to be had doing that. Right, I can fish it in like top 5 or something. I'll fish it here, you know, sort of end of keep net sort of territory. Sort of run it through there at the front of the peg, but I think I'd rather fish the pole feeder for a good few hours, to be honest, before I thought about having to do that. So let's get that put down. Number 5 off. Trusty pole feeder. I'm going to fish it with worm on the hook as usual. Same hook length, Preston pre-tied, N50 size 12 to 0.17 hook length. And I'm going to fish it with a drabina, right? Something like that. Just realised I needed another bait box for chop worm. And same again, I'll put some casters, a few pinkies in with the ground bait, a little bit of hemp. Just sort of feel my way into the peg. I want to make sure that this week, if I get a few bream on the bounce, then I will up the particles on the second or third fish. But for now, let's get that out there. They did joke with me this morning, the match secretary said that fishing the pole feeder was banned. He said, oh, did you not hear it's been banned on the whole of the River Thames. I think it's such a deadly method and he knows it too. Alright, in she goes. Okay, it's going to be a rainy day. Get that camera, lead it back a bit. Settle down. What's the time? Can't see it. 22. Give 5 minutes. 5 or 10 minutes before a recast. I feel like I'm a little bit to the right here. I need to be on that one. That's better. So I've had some really good success with this method this year on this river. I think it's a very accurate method. I think it's more accurate than chucking a feeder out. You're limited by the distance. I'm fishing this at 13 metres. However, it's in the flow. And I think if anything, the fish might, be in the river, looking to get somewhere between the, the inside bank and the flow, where it might be a little bit more slack. So I think it's a fine sort of place to fish it. I don't really sort of see any need to fish it further. I could put 2 extra sections on and fish it at 60 metres. Just don't feel there's any need to. So this is what we're going to do. Hopefully that picture looks good. Just tilt this camera. Well, I'm leaning forward, I know. Sometimes a bit hard. So anyway, settle down for a day in the rain. Hopefully catch a few fish. I've got plenty of baits with me to try. I've got, as always, pinkies, maggot, caster, worm, hemp, dead maggot. I even brought some cheese paste. I've caught bream in this stretch of river. I've caught chub in this stretch of river. There's plenty of fish to be had. There's a bite. I've missed it. It's a bite though. I'm happy with that. Don't care what the fish was, but that was definitely a bite. Maybe it was a roach, who knows? Right. Let's get back out there. More casters. Also, I think it's a lot easier to see bites on this method than it is chucking a feeder out into the middle of a strong river. Just put a pinky on with that worm. And make sure today that I don't end up putting right hook length into my keep net. That's going to be the most annoying thing to happen today. I can always see it happening. I might have to move that keep net in a minute. I didn't quite think about that when I was setting up. Right. It's going to be a super wet day, isn't it? Right, he says for the 100th time, here we go. Eyes down, cast if you want to call it that, number 2. Here come the rowers.
Yeah, nice boys, keep moving it. Shot catch. 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 Yeah, now we pick the slope.
I think it's quite a funny situation as those people go past in that rowing boat. I sit here and think, nah fellas, there's other things you could be doing today. And I'm sure as they go past looking at me sitting there on my box in the rain, they probably think, nah mate, there's other things you could be doing today. Each to their own, everyone enjoying the river. Okay, that was another bite. Maybe they're roaches. I wouldn't know now. I'm used to getting bites that don't have a big £3 bream sitting on the end of them. Right. What's down there then? Let's change the worm. New pinky. Makes me think it could be small fish. The fact that I've not looked at them. So if you're just joining, you could feel free to drop a hi and chat, and hit that thumbs up button. It's great for visibility. Just chuck a like on the stream, I'd really appreciate it. Suddenly lots of other people can watch. There's a nice fishing on a Sunday morning in the pouring rain. Feeder in. Okay, so there's 2 bites, 2 chucks, just little ding ding dinks, you know, could be a roach. You know, the bites when I've caught the bream haven't been not that much different, you know, they're positive bites. You know, it registers, I can feel it, I can see it on the elastic, and I can see the pole tip move, so they're You know, they're proper bites. Because I've had 2 and no fish, I think what I'll do is if I have a third one, I might switch to the hook length. Just put a double maggot on a smaller hook. Or a double pinky, either or. Just really like this method, you know. It's unlike a feeder. You know, I'm hitting the same spot. You know, yes, I could be clipped up to give myself some more accuracy on the feeder. But when the river's flowing this fast, you know, I don't understand how you would then create a bow in the line. You know, the guy to my right said he brought some 100-gram feeders with him today. Huh? I think this is a lot more finesse and stuff. And morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well on this Mother's Day. I've sent some instructions to my kids and see if they manage to do them while I'm out fishing. And if you're watching, Mum, then I'll give you a call later. It's quite mild today, it doesn't feel cold at all. It's only meant to be about 9 degrees, but I'm not sure it's as cold as that. The fella opposite me is walking his dog in a pair of shorts. I don't think it feels too cold at all today. So just in case you're not aware, there's still a close season that operates on the rivers. And that means that you can only fish the river up, I think it's to the middle of next week. I think it's the 15th of March, and then the river season closes, and then we go into what's known as the close season, and that runs till the 16th of June. So we're not allowed to fish the rivers in between. Most people believe that it's around letting the fish spawn in peace and stuff like that. I actually think that I read somewhere that actually it dates back to trying to prevent poachers on the river. So what they said was there was a close season, so they knew that if anyone was on the river, they were poaching it. And that just carried on, and then the meanings changed over the years and the interpretation. And I'm not sure which one's right, but I like the idea of the poachers one. And I think it's more believable. It causes a lot of conflict in the community of anglers, and then the governing bodies, and then the government every year around whether close seasons should still exist on rivers. They were abolished on lakes years ago. Firstly, lakes were allowed to put trout in there, and then you could say you were trout fishing any method, and then they just scrapped the season, close season altogether. I think based on evidence that fish were spawning at all different times anyway, which I think was a lot easier to get on lakes than it is on rivers. And so yes, you've got a community of anglers that fish rivers that get quite annoyed that they have to sort of pack up for a few months, you know. Yes, you know, April, May, June, 3 months no fishing, especially times like now when the river's been so flooded and we haven't been able to fish it for weeks. So yeah, I don't really have too strong an opinion, you know. I just go and fish a lake, so it's no real big deal for me. But if I had a vote, I'd say that you should get rid of the closed season on the rivers. I don't really see the point. But that's a debate for a different day. Right, it's been a little while without a bite. I've cleverly forgotten my watch. Oh, we got 50 something. I'll just keep an eye on the time. I don't want it out there for too long before I put more bait in. I feel like a good time to sort out that bait box for some worm. We're quite interested in what's going to go on next door. Guy to my right, Craig. He said that the peg that he's in is his favourite peg on this stretch of the river. And I'm not looking at it. I can't really see why it's any different to the peg that I'm in. There's no features in it. Unless he's casting to the far bank, which I've not seen him do. I'll need to watch where he casts. There is a bush on the far bank, but I can't think that he's casting all the way over there. So I wonder if there's something different about the contour of the river. You know, is there a deeper part that runs through that peg? I don't know, but the job today is to look to my left and my right, see what knowledge I can gain from those two anglers. Oh, he's casting now actually to my right. Here we go. Massive feeder. Halfway in the river. Right, a couple more minutes on this, we'll bring it in again. Yeah, I kind of get it, Neil. I don't, you know, I know people are really passionate about it. You know, although when you say about give it a rest, it's not as if anyone's fishing anyway, you know. We haven't fished this stretch for weeks. Well, months. Yeah, the last time we fished this stretch was when I won the match here. And I want to say that's at least 4 weeks ago. It's not as if we pound it 3 times a week. I think that people get quite hit up about it if they've had a bad winter season, so if they haven't been able to get out in the winter. So for example, you know, with the fact that we haven't been able to get out on it for the last few weeks, we've had 2 matches we've had to cancel. I think that's what when people get more annoyed. It's for no other bite, so if if there was a few little roach, they've gone, or whatever that was, but I'm going to just refeed it. Keep the bait going in. Keep checking that the bait's still there. Anyway, I got plenty of plenty of lake fishing to be doing in the next few weeks. I'm off to Tunnel Barn Farm in April to fish the spring festival, which is only, I'm going to eat that now, isn't it, then 4 or 5 weeks away. So I need to get ready for that. Right, where can I move that? If I throw that keep net all the way to the left, I'm going to have the same problem. So I need to get down Tunnel Barn Farm. I need to have a bit of a practice. Maybe get myself on an open down there. Probably be an open on the Sunday before the 3-day tournament, so I will look to fish that. But I need to sort my gear out. That includes making sure my elastics are right, get my top kits ready, tie myself plenty of pole rigs for the 3 days. Plenty of hook lengths, and try and get in tune with the venue, start paying close attention to the weights on the matches, on which lakes and which pegs. Otherwise I'm just going to turn up blind, chuck in some maggots and see what happens, and I don't think that's the right approach. I don't want to be fishing with maggots when I should be fishing with expanders and 2mm pellets. I can hear the rustle of tinfoil to my left. It feels like it's a bacon or a sausage sandwich. Oh. I feel like I'm missing out there. Right, he's chucked his feeder in the middle of the river again to my right. Every time the rain stops, I pull my hood down, and then as I pull my hood down, the rain starts again. That was a bite. Okay, so I've missed it. See what I'll do. I will switch to. I'll switch to just double maggot on this hook. It's a bit big, isn't it? Switch this hook length, I think. Just put a couple of maggots on it so I don't lose it. I'm going to drop it on my side tray. So scale it down. Let's go 13. 18. Let's try that. Fine wire hook. Fish double maggot. You're actually going to catch myself a chub or bream now. Let's just see if it's smaller fish. Could just be grabbing hold of the end of that worm and just pulling it, which is enough to give me the indication. But you know, 3 bites, no fish. On a rig that I know works, just suggests to me that the fish were unable to get or were not getting the bait and the hook in their mouth. So let's try double maggot on this 18. I can't wait to fish pegs like this in the summer when the flow is a little bit less. I know that I'm told there's really nice roach and stuff in these stretches. And maybe if I was fishing slightly different today with a flat flow or some other different setup, maybe I'd catch a load, but I'll have a little look at this and then setting up a flat float rig is always an option. The guy to my left is fishing more towards this bank. He's not chucked that far at all. In fact, he's probably chucked that the same sort of distance that I've got my pole at. Whereas the guy to the right fishing the feeder is fishing twice as far. I'm not sure how wide this river is, but he's fishing at least, I don't know, 20 metres. Going to make an assumption that this river is about 40 metres across at this point. Come on, nice £5 chub on double maggot on this light hook length. Okay, well, no instant bite, so it's not as if there's a bunch of fish just sitting there waiting for the bait, you know. So in terms of the next few weeks, I'm not too sure. I think I've got the weekend off, no fishing next weekend, and I do need to try and get to Tunnel Barn Farm. Although I think the pike fishing season ends at the end of March at Orchid Lakes, and I've got a load of dead baits in the freezer that I could do with getting rid of. Time. I'm going to leave this in for 5 minutes. That's a bite. That's a bite. It's not a massive bream. Sorry, Neil. I'll get to your question in a second. So, little roach, eh? Wish the rain would make up its mind. Right, more casters then. So there's fish there anyway. Now I'm wondering, going to be a little roach. Now I've established that. And then do I need to get another top kit out? Set up a flat float. It's pushing through though. It's going to need to be, I don't know, a good 8 grams or something, and it becomes very unwieldy. That fish in the net. That's a good example of having a few bites, having confidence in yourself and your rig and your tackle as to why I didn't get a fish out of it. Switching the hook length, changing the size of hook, make it a bit easier for little fish, smaller fish. Put that net in the wrong place. So the elastic in the top of the pole is black hydro. You've got to think about, I've got a 40 gram feeder, I've got a fast flow, I'm going to try and catch a 3, 4, 5 pound bream, you know, or similar chub. So black hydro, and then the rig is black hydro in the pole, 8 pound Daiwa ST, 2 sets of Drennan gripper stops. I've got pink hydro tied between them, but I think probably like a number 6 slip elastic would be better. But I had pink hydro at the time while I was tying the rigs. Then that goes down to a guru bead for the hook length, and then I've just got a swivel with a line quick safe link on there for the feeder, and that's it. Make the rig the same length as top 5 on the pole, and you're away, or top 4, and then you think about the hook length on the end of that. So something like that, between top 4 and top 5, I think, would be where I'd set it by default. You don't want the line to be too short, and you can shorten it. Just remember to wet the line before moving the gripper stops down, otherwise they can cause some problems. But that's the rig, and then just a 1 meter hook length. I'm using just these Preston pre-tides. I'll switch for next season, I'll switch it, I'll tie my own. In terms of hook lengths, to balance what you're trying to catch, you know, catching big fish, I'm fishing 0.17 hook length to a size 12, and then this other one that I've got on right now is an 0.13 to a size 18. Just because I think there's roach here. So that's where we are. So I've not seen him have a fish to my right, and I've not heard him shout to my left. So we're off, we've got a fish in the net. I'm really not sure between a flat float and the pole feeder, you know. A flat float you're fishing it with a ton of weight on it, so it hits the bottom, and you're holding back the pole float. It's effectively down the business end. It's exactly the same result. And actually with the pole feeder, I guess with the pole, with the flat float, you could just hold it on the bump bar as well, but you know, hands-free action if you want it. Yeah, I'm not into, I don't know, I don't know numbers for those sorts of elastics, you know, 10, 12, 14, 16s, but whatever the strong ones are, I think that's probably a 14, 16 or something like that. I am noticing that all of a sudden that bottom gripper stop from my rig is actually touching the water. It wasn't earlier. I think the rudder's coming up. I kind of don't like it because it's making this sort of disturbance on the top of the water. Now it's under the water. Is that because there's a fish? Put it on the back of it. Oh no. It wouldn't surprise me if the river comes up. Okay, why are my maggots around my feeder? Well, that doesn't look good, does it? Looks... I think you call that. Oh no, it's off. Good. Just keep putting casters in, I think. Let's see now. Maybe it just... Maybe I've positioned the pole and the plop slightly differently. Now it's out the water by a good way. Well, it is raining, mate. I do feel the need, maybe I need to point that out. I think what we'll do is, if I have another roach, then I'll get the pole rig back out again, the pole float back out. Have another quick run through with that, or a couple of run throughs with that. I would really like it if I could get some fish on that rig. I know the river's running through really fast, and I do need to get myself a bit of a lesson on what types of floats to be using in that sorts of conditions. Assuming the answer is don't ever fish like that, Graham, just chuck the feeder out. Again, that elastic's under the water. Just trying to think what could cause that. Feeder's getting pushed further down the river. That's the bite. Okay, so let's fill that float rig out. Give that, see if I can run that through a couple of times. Heavy roach in this swim, so let's see if I can fish a method where I'm going to catch them. Right. The answer is going to be no to this. It feels a bit too awkward. Try and hold it back a couple of times. Right, one more run, because I decided I don't like this. If it had gone under, then I'd be alright about it, but it's too quick. We have a look and a try. Yeah, I think you could be right. Big boat's cheese paste, which I could do. I'm going to have another. I'm going to just have another couple of chucks on this rig with maggot, and then I might just have to accept that they're a bit awkward to catch, and I'm better off just sticking on with a worm and pinky and holding out for a better fish. It is just nice to catch, so I'm trying to catch. Get some hemp in there, I think. Feeling a little bit awkward right now, this is. I've just dropped my battery pack. I think everything's alright. Yeah, I think what the right thing to do is to catch. So have a go, see if I can get a bit more consistent with these roach, catch a few. What have we had? We've had an hour. I've had a few bites, one roach. Feels like there's lots of small fish in the peg. Might then just switch to a bigger bait and then leave it a lot longer. Or I could shorten the size of the piece of worm, but I'm not sure. Ding 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 ding. I'm gonna make myself a pike, bringing them up like that, I think. Fish is a fish. It is very satisfying just watching that pole and feeling that pole and the dink 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 of the bite. I think I've been a little tight not changing that maggot. I do keep wondering if a little maggot feeder would be good at times like this, but I think I like the idea of the ground bait going down the river a little bit more, you know. By the way, just in case anyone wonders, I'm not trying to dry myself with that rag, I'm just trying to clean the ground bait off my hand. Right, 2 fish, 2 little roach, hour gone. What's the plan, Graham? What's the plan? Keep doing this. Catch a few more roach. See if a bonus fish appears. I think maybe what we should do is switch the hook lengths back. And I'll fish double maggot on that bigger size 12 and see if I can still hook a fish. And then I'll feel protected for catching a big lump. I think maybe that's the right course of action. So we'll do that. When I bring it in next time, I'll switch the hook length back and start fishing double maggot on that bigger hook. They should be able to get a bite. It's not, it's a size 12. This fish should be able to get it in their mouths. And I think it was just the fact I was fishing a long piece of worm. I don't know if everyone else went to the big one fishing show in Farnborough last week. I went with my son, we had a great time. I felt like an underrepresented minority. I want to say that 90% of the audience was wearing, or the people at the show were either wearing green or camo. It was carp angler's paradise, but I did kind of stand out with my Daiwa jacket on. But we had a good time. We did toy with the idea of getting a bivvy. And for those that have seen more of my videos on the channel, I do own 4 carp rods that we use for catfish fishing. Or we did use for catfish and carp fishing actually. And I do own a couple of bed chairs. I do own a couple of pods and bite alarms. a big fancy landing net. So we are only a bivvy away from actually going and doing some carp fishing overnight at a venue. And I was talking to my son, and I think that it could be on for next season. There are 2 places I've got in mind that I think could be quite entertaining. We'll do a stream, get a little bit more set up industrial strength, you know, without cameras on my chest, you know, with camera set up. And we'll do a night session. I think it could be great fun. As I was saying, I think the only thing that's missing is the bivvy. So we were looking at some bivvies. Maybe we get 2-man or we get 2 1-mans, I'm not sure. I think it makes sense, even though it will really limit us to where we can go, it makes sense to get a 2-man. And so I think we might have a 24-hour stream coming along. I'm on the River Thames today, Hertford. I'm on the Cullen Reach section of the Sutton Courtenay club ticket. And I've had 2 roach. I think there's more roach around, but it's pushing through a bit too fast. I'm fishing the pole feeder again today. And I don't think he's caught to my left. I've not seen him have a fish. Anyway, and I've not heard him to my right. I think if he gets one to my right, he might shout at me. But so I'm fishing the pole feeder today, and we're an hour into the match. So yeah, I think the fishing stream might have to do a 24-hour night fishing session. And the more I think about it, the more I think it's going to be great fun. I've got the required equipment for a camping stove, camping kettle. I fancy a bit of it. There's only a few bits of terminal tackle that I think I'd need to get my hands on, but that should be fine. So even though it's the last match of the river season, I've got a very busy schedule plan actually for next year. Overnight carp fishing. Gonna do some more catfish fishing, so we might actually do overnight catfish and carp. That could be an option. I've got some more festival style. I've got the 2 3-day events at Tunnel Barn Farm to fish. I'm trying to get myself on the Thames Festival if possible, because most of that's run on these stretches that I'm fishing. So I do fancy a bit of that. And then I got my Fishermania qualifier at the end of June. I don't think it's available yet, but there's a Riverfest qualifier on one of our club stretches. I don't think the tickets are on sale for that yet, so I'm going to try and get a ticket for that. Neil's threatened too many times to take me out and try and catch some big chub. Did you, Alan? So yeah, I got a busy fishing season on actually. Channel's doing well, as you can all see. You're all there, you know. Happy Mother's Day Sunday. Thanks for tuning in. Getting more and more people joining the channel every time I go fishing. There's a little I feel there's a little community forming around the channel, which is fantastic. Some people that don't fish, some people that can't fish, some people that want to fish but don't want to because it's raining. Some people who's got matches cancelled, all sorts, so that's all good. And I'll try and do some more midweek stuff so people can tune in the week if that's more convenient. So I'll try and do a bit of that. And I want to do I'm going to do an evening series on the river. Got to try and catch a 4 or 5 pound perch. Got to catch a barbel out the stretch next season. Going to try and get myself a big chub. So I think we'll try a bit of that. Right, I'm going to bring this in, I think, and switch that hook length. That bottom gripper stop is now not touching the water, it's now under the water. So, assuming I haven't done anything different, and I haven't, I don't think, I think the water's come up 4 inches. Maybe it's not so much, it's on an angle, maybe 2 inches. It doesn't matter to my rig. The water can come up another foot and my rig will still be fine, but I'm just wondering if I should make get myself a little marker on the water level here under my feet and then see if it comes up. But I think the river's coming up. Sorry, Neil. Well, the thing is, Essex angler, you got to go when you can get on the river, right? So it's a club match today, so we've cancelled the last 2 club matches on the river, and it's, you know, this weekend or nothing. So so we're out for our last match of the season. Let's get this rig changed, get this up length changed, I think. So yeah, I'm not left with a lot of freedom of choice. But I am looking forward to coming and fishing this stretch in the summer. It's tied up round there again. So how's that? 2 and 2 chucks. So ends up bringing that hook length back. That's tied up at the top of the feeder. A bit strange, that is. A bit strange. Okay. Broke that hook length. That's the end of that. Yeah, unfortunately I can't pick the weather, but I've got to fish when the matches are on, so that's sort of the way it has to be. Don't forget the second trolley to lug the gear. No, I think we'll be alright, actually. I think we'll be alright. I should better get all the stuff I need for a night session onto this Preston trolley, no problem. Shouldn't be an issue. So I'm going to fish 2 maggots on this same hook, on this size 12. And let's just put some more caster in. Oh, well then, you know, this may not be the best video. If you watch my match win from a couple of weeks ago, I can't remember how much I had now on the pole feeder. It's a lot, but it's an absolutely deadly method at this time of year. I used to think it was a bit of a joke thing when I was busy fishing lakes, and then I watched a video on it and thought that could be quite good. And I fished it. I think I fished it in 3 or 4 matches. I can't remember how many matches now. I don't know what I'm saying, 3 or 4. I fished it here. I fished it here today. I fished it a few pegs up, so that's 2 matches. I fished it all the way up, 3 or 4 times now. and it's brilliant. I don't, you know, there's no other way to describe it apart from brilliant. I've got two anglers fishing the feeder to my left and my right, and the one to my left is chucking it about the same distance as I am, 13 metres out from the bank. The one to my right is chucking it halfway in the river, which I think is about 20 metres. And what I've found over the course of the season fishing the method, only since the river's come up, you know, not in the summer, I'll run a float through it. But since the river comes up and starts to get into flood, it's just fantastic for accuracy and sensitivity. You know, I've caught two roach earlier on it. You wouldn't have hit those bites on a feeder rod. You know, if I was sitting here with my normal feeder rod chucked out, those bites, you know, dink dink, you wouldn't have hit them. But here, with this setup, that vibration travels straight down the pole. So you can see the bites, you can feel the bites. You know, and that's from a 3-ounce roach to a 5-pound bream. It's a really fun method. So no, I've really enjoyed fishing it this season. They jokingly said at the start of the match that pole feeder's banned because they know for sure that I'm going to do it. And I've got everything to chuck a feeder out to the middle of the river. That's not a problem. It's not like I don't have the equipment to do it. I do. But I've just got a lot of confidence in this. I've had big chub on this method. I fished it at Christmas. I fished it on Christmas Day actually. Caught some chub Christmas Day in the town centre. So it's all working. It's all working. Yeah, go and look at my my past videos. You've got two choices. I've got a past live stream. So you've got like a full 5-hour match, or you've got the 30-minute edit that I did of it. Just click on the videos or live stream section on the channel, and it's got a picture of me holding a bream, and it says match win, and it's from a couple of weeks ago. And if you just watch that start to finish, you'll just, you know, everything about the method will be explained. We don't have to watch all of it, but you can see what I do, if that makes sense. You just, you know, there's one piece of important equipment. You need to have a bump bar for your pole to rest on. You couldn't do it holding the pole. That wouldn't work. That's one thing. And then the other thing is you just need to get your head around where you put some tape on the side of the pole so you can rest the rig on it while you ship out, so your feeder doesn't hit the water. That's quite easy. I'll show it probably before the end of the match. Maybe I'll show it when I bring it in next. But the rigs are pretty simple, and yeah, it's just a really super sensitive method. So I'm just wondering, I bought it, and what's the time? 11 o'clock, so we've had an hour and a half. Started at 9:30. Just having a little think here. So I balled it with 8 balls to start, and those balls had hemp, dead maggot and caster in. I've run the pole float over the top of them. It's too fast, so I changed it to the pole feeder. I had 3 bites that I didn't connect with, fishing, worm and pinky. I changed to a smaller hook, size 18 or no 13. I had 2 roach, missed a bite. I've changed back because it didn't feel like there was tons of roach there, and instead I thought maybe if I see if I can still get a bite on double maggot on a size 12, 017, but now there's no bites. So I'm wondering just how many fish are there and where are they. Because there was a lot of bait that's gone in for 2 little roach. So I'm just wondering, are they sitting a little bit further down? Not too sure. Or is it best off that I just go back to a worm and pinky and set out for a bream or chub? Just gotta have a little think about this. So I'm just going to move it downstream. So just go on the last one on the bump bar. So then effectively I'm moving it a couple of metres down river, just to see if the fish are hanging off the bait further down. The rain is certainly lashing it down, that's for sure. Coming along with that boat holding a brolly. Nice day for a boat trip, mate. Oh, right. Okay. Let's drop that back in then. Maybe they're hanging off down the back of the bait then, or the bait's down the river and they're down the river. Yeah, I think it's a great method. And I think that, you know, the dynamics I'm looking for in the river is that I can get into the flow with it. You know, if this distance still only got me into slack water, I'm not sure I'd do it. I'd just run a float through. But That's a bite. Missed it again. What's going on there? Could be same again. You know, fish are struggling. But if they're struggling, then, you know, it's only a size 12 hook. Double maggot. Just going to go back out again. Let's see if I can get another bite. Have one more bite and then we'll put the feeder back in normal position. Yeah, just from an accuracy point of view, I think you're winning all day. That's the big thing about this method. That's annoying because that's, you know, I've balled it there, you know, straight out in front of me. I expect my ground bait to sort of be around where they are. But I don't want to put bait there because then they're going to sit further down, too far down. But yeah, maybe they're sitting back. So I think we'll have one more bite here. And then if I catch a fish or not, regardless, I've got to put another feeder full of bait in straight in front of me, and then I'll bump it down after a while. Why aren't the others doing it? One, I don't think all river anglers are massive pole angler, you know, are massive pole fans. I think a lot of people like to use a feeder in the river. That's one thing. Second thing, I think people like to fish the way they like to fish. You know, what's my setup today? You know, I'm sitting on my box. I'm sitting out in the rain because you can't really do this under a brolly. I'm not an angler to fish under a brolly anyway, but you know, it's pouring down with rain. Both the anglers to my left and my right have got brollies up. You know, that would make this method more awkward. I've got the right gear for it. My box is sturdy enough to do it. I'm fishing on a Preston Absolute original one. It's like 12 years old now. Absolute station box. So I've got a Preston bump bar. So I've got a nice lip on my box on the seat to put the pole under, so I don't actually have to hold it. It's all sort of done. And then, you know, confidence in the method. You know, willingness to try different stuff. I'm not saying it's going to win every match, but I've certainly done well off of it, and I think I've been more consistent off of it than others have been off fishing the feeder. So I think, you know, that's you know, that's a bit of it. Right, I've not had another bite, so let's move that. And put a worm on. But that's match fishing, you know. Not everyone does the same thing in a match. Not everyone fishes the same style all of the time, you know. That worm is sorry for itself, I think. It's on the way out. There's that worm. We'd want to fight one of these roach, I think. Right, nice dendra, pinky topper. Get that out. Yeah, I don't know if you can see that because of the angle, but so I have to tape on a little one of those things used for hookups on the pole, and then you just lie the rig against it and under the hook, and then you turn the pole. The feeder only sits down, you know, 10 inches, so I can ship the rig out without the feeder going in the water. That's the hardest thing to get sorted out, and you know, to be honest, that's 15 minutes trial and error. People say, I think originally people used to put cable ties around the pole, but you can, you know, over tighten that, you cracked your pole. So I forgot to bring cable ties, and then I thought, oh, I can just use this hookup, and I just decided it worked really well. Right, let's get that in there. So now we could be back to having a bite but not hooking the fish. Let's just see if that comes. You know, if we get that scenario again, then I'll go back. I'll fish 3 maggots on the hook, something like that. And if that still doesn't fix it, then I will have to I'll have to drop my hook size and then just catch a few more, you know, catch some roach. But I don't know, we'll see. I've got some stinky cheese paste with me. I could put a little bit of cheese paste on that size 12. We'll see. Come on, I need a nice shoulder bream to swim up the river. find that trail of bait that's coming down from my swim. The way that I think this is happening, or this is what's going on in the swim, is I ball it there. The river's not, you know, massively deep, but forget how deep it is for a minute. So I ball it in there, and I believe that those balls hit sort of to the left. Not too far though. I think they sink much faster than people think. So just to the left, maybe of that green bush that's on the far bank. So in line with that. And then they run down the river. You know, they explode and then they run off down the river. And that draws the fish up into the peg. And then when I plonk this feeder in, it's further upstream. Oh, he's got a fish. It's a lump to the left. I see landing that out. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Look, hold on. See what's going on. What's going on with that? What is it? Oh, it's a lump. Look, it's a big bream. Right. That's him just catching roach then. That's £4. I can stop catching roach now then. I can stop catching roach now. I do like that about fishing a river. You can fish for bits and then suddenly dunk, something's up to lump, and that's the end of it. Unless you're catching plenty of bits. You're on for £10, then you've got to panic. It's £4 or £5 that bream probably. He said next door. Yeah, just a hook up and a bit of electrical tape. It's very simple. So that's it now. This sort of decides my match. I have to stay on the worm and pinky. It's now big fish only. There's not enough small fish, based on what I've, you know. Small fish are what, 3 ounce a piece? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16, let's say 5 fish to the pound. Got to catch 25 fish to equal what he's got. I'll have to catch another 23 roach to just get the same, you know. So forget it. Catch rate's nothing like that. So I can't run the float through, it's too fast. So my only choice now is to fish for bigger fish. So that's what we're going to do. Get some of this worm. Now, chopped worm. That's how that works. So we'll run a few feederfuls of that through. just for the attraction. You know, let's assume that downstream he's not got one bream there, there's more than one. Let's try and send a bit of a scent down the river and draw those fish up here. See you later, pal. Have a good day. He's fishing the same line as well to me, to my left. He's not fishing any further out than I am. Starting that chop worm going in. Some pinkies, I think. Excuse me, we'll have a cheeky bit of lunch. having a look down the stretch. Where'd those two bites? Just to have a look. Oh, I think I've just realised why you might like that peg to my right. I can hear a lot of water running in. It's as if there's a lot of water running into the river. I don't know where it's coming from. It's as if there may be an outlet pipe. Excuse me. Knock myself out. 40-gram feeder flying towards mid. More chop worm, I think. He's not another fish to my right. I wonder if it's... If there was a load of them, maybe I think he would have another bite quickly. What's that? 11:30, 2 hours in. I've got two roach. He's got one bream to my left, which is about £5. So I need to settle on the idea of trying to catch some bream, and only that. Well, chub accepted, you know. If I catch a £15 barbel, then that's fine too. But so I'm going to put in a bunch of chopped worm just in case. He's got fish down there and I can try and draw them up into this peg. Let's make it a bit smelly. Cool. Just looking, the end of the pole's getting bent round. What's going on there? I think maybe the flow's got a bit faster and the feeder's getting dragged a little bit more. think maybe that's what's happening. I still feel it if it's a bite. Anyway, so yeah, he's caught a bream to my left. So I'm going to concentrate on putting a chopped worm through the feeder. Some more particles. See if I can attract some fish to the peg. Sitting there willing a bite. Sort of bream. There's loads of them in here. Come in my peg. So it's all gone quiet. Just to keep that bait going in. It'd be quite easy to just get lost and just slow down, and I don't think that's the right thing to do today. we'll try another chuck on the worm and then maybe put 3 maggots on the hook. Try that. There's a bit of there's a bit of action and some try and work it out, catch some roach, and then he's caught that bream and it's just gone doof. I feel like I've been forced down the road. You have another bite? And now he's just missed another one. So I've just got to keep doing what I'm doing, I think. This is the time to double down on my confidence, I think, in the method. And keep putting some bait in every 5 minutes. If he's got fish down his peg, draw him up into my peg. It feels like the equivalent of when you're fishing a pellet waggler. You know, up in the feed of what you're putting in to take the fish out the person next door's peg. Which I've done very often at Gold. I've got plenty of worm with me today. I could just keep it up for ages. So it looks as if he's fishing. Let's have a quick look so you learn. I think that's a liquidized bread in the feeder and a piece of bread flake. That's what that looked like to me. It's a really big visible bait. I can see it from here. Strange though, even though, you know, I was getting, you know, I'd do 3 bites to start with off of fish that I thought were too small to get the bait in their mouth, but you know, where are those bites gone? Switch back to worm and pinky. Interesting, there's not been a return of those sort of bites. There's a big old pike sitting in the peg. We're in again. Another bite, don't know. Must have done. Or some bit of rubbish has hit his rig. Maybe it's paste he's fishing. Maybe it's cheese paste. Right. Let's get the bait out. Let's try 3 maggots. A bit of shouting going on between anglers, so it makes me think that they're not catching. Okay. On the base, I've just seen a loaf of bread, and it's definitely bread. Right. See if 3 maggots on the hook can get me a bite. Yeah. Targeting Chub and he's had a bream. It's a bit of a waiting game now. I'm not sure. I'm just sitting there questioning my choices for the day. Should I have sat in this peg? Because I had a choice to not sit in this peg because it was a walk off. I think it was fine. I got angler to my left, angler to my right. They know the river better than me. So I'm happy with that decision. I think I'm happy with the pole feeder. If he hadn't have caught that bream on my left, he'd have had no fish. So the fact that I've got 2 fish makes me feel alright. In terms of the should I have chucked a feeder out to the middle of the river? No, I don't think so. I think pole feeder's better. Then should I have fished a shorter line? I don't think so, because there's still loads of flow shorter. Too fast for to run a pole float through it. So I think everything's sort of alright. I don't think if I turned up now I'd do anything different than what I've done. I'm a bit surprised I put the maggot back on and not had a bite off the roach. Where have those roach gone? You know, that's what I'm wondering. Have they dropped further downstream? I'm wondering that. That's a fish. That's not a little roach. That's a chub. It's got a big chub pulling like that, surely. It's a big perch. One of the two. Heavy, I know that. It's heavy and it can pull. Now I'm wondering if it's a pike. What I do know is I'm very grateful for whatever this is and I've got to get it in. So let's not mess about. I think it's a 4-section stand-up landing net job. Also getting these reeds, whatever it is. It's chub. Nice chub. Oh, there we go. Very nice chub. Right, back in it. With a clonking chub. Okay, I want to check the fish. It broke my hook length, so I think that I didn't realise that. I will make sure that that is out of that fish when we come to weigh in. Right, ladies and gentlemen, game on. Well, in this mini match between me and the gentleman to my left. Next uncontrollable dog. Right, 3 maggots. Back out there again. More chop worm, I think. Well, if nothing else, I'll get a nice picture out of that for the last match on the river, or my last trip on the river this season. I was a bit nervous then because it was able to just swim upriver at choice. You know, the bream didn't do that. Right, let's stay confident then. Catch me a few more of those chub would be lovely. The rig was just a little bit unwieldy. You know, it was fine, and then when I brought it in here, there's reeds to my left. The fish was going in there, might have to push the pole back out again. It's not quite as easy as it was with the bream, but it's in the net. It's £4 something, I would have thought. So I'm right back in it. One fish between me and the gentleman to my left. Don't know what he's caught to my right, and don't know what the other 3 anglers have caught, but I'm very happy that I've stayed with it. And there's some rewards. Let's keep putting that chop worm through. Keep on the maggot, I think. And let's keep going. It's a nice chub that, Neil, did you see it? They don't half pull in this flow, you know. Times when that black hydro was out like it was a £10 carp. I did wonder actually if it was a barbel. But the way that it was just able to swim up river. So I'm very happy with that fish. Another chub falls foul of the pole feeder. That's that big chub. I had the big chub about 4 pegs to the left of here on a match earlier on in the season. I had the big one Christmas Day in the town. It's definitely a chub method, and I didn't catch the chub on it last match. I caught the chub running the float through, but so I've had 3 big chub on this method this season. I should have all the footage. Maybe I should do a little video of catching big chub on the pole feeder. Just do like a voiceover video. Tell you how strong that fish was. It actually gave me a drop back. There's a bend in the pole. There's a bend in the pole where the flow's pushing against the feeder, and it may have just been a slight tap to the left, but then the pole went straight. You know, that fish just grabbed that bait, swum, you know, 2 meters upstream to make that pole go straight from where it's picked the bait up. Got happy with that. Hi Stephen, yeah, lovely chub mate. Lovely chub. He's had a bream to my left, £4. We're on a walk off today. One gentleman's gone up to I think the very end peg where someone won it earlier this year with 40 odd pound. He's gone up there because he drew his peg before me. Even if I'd have drawn it, I don't think I'd have gone up there actually. I'm going to save that peg for a video. I wanted to just try these pegs along here again. Nearly a proper one. Yeah, I like it now. It's nice. Now the rain stopped though, I've put my hood down, I've got seem to have taken on some water and I'm getting a bit cold. But what's the time? 5 couple more minutes, and I'm going to put some more bait in. I'm going to just keep doing it. In fact, I'm not going to wait. I'm going to do it now. Now, where there's one, there's 4 more. Dunk. Right, what's the time? 6 minutes past. Let's get some more chopped worm. Right, next chub, come on. Right, so the river's definitely coming up because I had a little marker there and the marker's now underwater. So the river is coming up. Because that was definitely out the water earlier. And now it's under the water. So now I'm going to look at this next marker. Well, then my rig's the gripper stop's not, but I think that's because I've put I've dropped the feeder in harder, I don't know, but it's definitely come up. It's over this marker and this by the bank. Yeah, I think so. I think so. It is worth a couple of chucks with the stinky paste, I agree. Although I don't have any long, bigger hook length with me. So I'll have to just put a little bit of it around this hook I'm using, but it's still going to be stinkier than 3 maggots, so we can give it a go. So the guy to my right's now fishing short, same sort of line as we are. Alright, one more minute and then we'll try a bit of cheese paste. Cast around. I think I need to time that drop a little bit better. I don't know if that's getting tangled as I'm dropping that rig in. Got to keep an eye on that. Right. Right. Stinky cheese paste. Oh. I say stinky cheese paste, I actually think it smells quite nice. Right. Something like that. Well, it has gone up. It has gone up. Because that bit that was under, that bit that was out of the water was in the water. So I could read. I don't know why. Oof. Right, there we go. Yeah, that bit of reed to my left was definitely sticking out the water. Oh, now it's underwater. Right, 5 minutes, 18 minutes past. So I think this is the time in the video where I say thanks everyone for your support. If you're subscribed to the channel, thanks very much, I appreciate that. You can make sure you hit the like button, that's great for the visibility to promote the channel to other people. If you're not subscribed, if you could hit the subscribe button, it's a free way to support the channel. And if you can turn the notifications on, then it lets you know when I'm fishing. And we've done very well in a year actually. Got over 500 subscribers. I think we're doing well. And as I said, we've been a little bit of a community. And if you want to follow me on some other socials, you can follow me on my Instagram, which is also the fishing stream, Facebook, also the fishing stream, and even TikTok, equally the fishing stream. So I've got various places where I post content and update and shorts and stuff like that. So if you want to see some more of the action, then go and find those and follow those. That'd be great. And hopefully we're going to catch some more fish in a minute. Another nice fat chub, please. Oh, here comes the rain again. for time. Come up to 12:30, so nearly 3 hours of the 5-hour match. I've got 1 chub, 2 roach. I don't know what he's caught to my right and to my left. I think he's had 1 bream. This bream's probably 4 or 5 pounds, I'm not too sure. I think next check we'll try go back on a worm and pinky. I think that's a more substantial bream bait than the 3 maggots. So we'll have another chuck on that and then we'll go back to maggot, I think. Worm double pinky. What the heck? Some more chopped worm in that ground bait. Some more. Okay, so I caught them a bream. I caught them in about an hour's spell the other week, so still plenty of time for loads of fish. Let's see if the fish want to play ball. Right, 27 minutes past. I want to make sure I keep putting the bait in every 5 or so minutes. I don't want to slow down with the feed. Oh, shouting of what's being caught going on. I need to listen. Excuse the shouting. Caught, Craig? You caught? I got a chub. I've got a chub and 2 roach. He's got a bream. You gonna catch a proper fish then? You gonna catch a proper fish? I'm not exactly drowning in action myself, but it's no excuse. It's no excuse. There's no excuse. Get a bite. Right. Where are the other 2? That way? Right. So don't know, 1 bream, 1 chub, 2 roach, 1 roach and 1 bream. 1 fish could win this. Let's stay positive, keep that bait going in. I think that's going to be the key now. keep it going. We'll do another chuck on this and then we'll go for maggot again. Yeah, catch you later, Stephen. Have a good day. What's that? 33. Okay. So one more cast on the worm and then back to maggot. I think I'll probably start running some live maggots through the feeder as well, just to make a change. But I need more ground bait. Alright, 34. So 2 hours to go. See if we can mix up the feed and make something happen. I'll leave this one in for 6 minutes. We'll leave it until 22. And then switch it over. Let's say if we go 3 maggots on the hook, and we'll put maggots in the ground bait, I think. There's not a lot of action today, I guess, you know, this is winter matches. Get a bit like this really. It'll soon be the summer, still be bagging. think we'll do is we'll just give it 1 more minute and then we'll move it a bit further down for a minute. Just have a look, see if fish are sitting further down as a few roach were earlier. Just have a quick look, doesn't hurt for a minute. Let's just move it down a second. See slices of bread coming down the river. Well, the slices of bread with the middles missing, so it tells me a little bit about what my fellow anglers are doing. They're certainly after bream and chub. No signs of anything. I wonder if, actually, we're just going to run that. I know it's really awkward, that float, it doesn't really work, but I'm just going to run it through for another couple of runs. Number 3. Come on, roach. Chub or bream or something. Let's try and slow it down. One more, I think. No, it's tangled. No more. Rig's untangled. Right, we've got 3 maggots in here then. Just put some maggots in that ground bait. Okay, where were we? It is 46. I'm going to chuck those 2 extra balls in. There's nothing to lose at this point. So I've put 8 balls in at the start, and I've had some bites of some roach. I've tried to catch a few, had a couple of roach, and then he's had a bream to my left, so I've had to go for bigger fish. I've caught 1 chub. I've put plenty of chopped worm through the feeder. I've put maggot on the hook, worm on the hook, bit of cheese paste on the hook. Just having to think about what brought those roach to the peg originally. Do I need to refeed it loads? I don't know. Not sure. Keep that bait going in every few minutes. I think I should be alright, but I don't seem to be dragging anything to my peg. Let's see. Oh, 51. I'll get to a 55 or 54. I'll have a quick look down to the left, and then I'll redo it. Don't see the need to drop my hook lengths down, because it's not as if I'm getting bites and missing them. There seems to be a massive delay on the broadcast. I don't know whether that's just my... It can't be that much of a delay. That's why I'm just putting the feeder in. That seems a bit strange. Right, so let me get rid of that. Get back into it. So where were we? We were at 54. So let's just drop it further down the peg. We did that before, and then I had a couple of bites earlier today doing that on maggot. As if there was roach sitting further down off the feed. No more bites? No. I'm not doing that one, that's for sure. Keep it up. Let's just keep up the rhythm. Just trying to think what's going on. It's not as if there was. It was a bit crunchy, that number 5 section. It can't be if there's just two roach deciding to swim down the river, you know. So where are they, and why can't I get a bite? Oh, what's the time? 58. Hmm. See, that river's flowing just as fast in close than it is out there. There's no slack bit of water here. That level's dropped back down again now. Where are the fish? Thinking of my options, I could put another line in long, I could put another line in short, I could change the hook length. Back down to something a bit more fine. Keep doing this, I think is the right thing. Keep putting the bait in. Increase my chances if a fish does come along. This is a little bit what I find difficult about river fishing at times. If I was fishing a lake, I could be priming an edge or feeding a bomb line or, you know, something else. You know, got 3 lines on the go all the time. Here I've got 1. Maybe that's just because it's the time of year on the river. If it was the summer, I might have a perch line down the edge, 2 pole lines, short line and a long line. So let's just keep this up, keep putting the chopped worm through, keep putting the maggots through, and see if, you know, be patient, I think. There's not a lot I can do. Even if I had a feeder rod up now, I would be inclined to not chuck it, because I've had a fish on this line and I've been fishing this line for 3.5 hours. So if I've got a strew of bait going down, why would I then want to suddenly change the line I'm fishing? That doesn't make any sense to me. There's no crease to fish to either. The only thing I can think of is if I fish this again short, effectively fish it in front of me, take 3 sections off, 4 sections off. I just think I've got more chance of catching out there, though. That's the thing. No, and I don't even think the keepers do it. I think it's automated, Neil. I don't know, but I'm sure someone told me that Abingdon Lock and the lock at the top of Lower Moors and Sutton Courtenay on the corkscrew, that they're both computer controlled to keep the flow flowing through for the electricity generation. So yeah, I don't think this stretch at all behaves like a normal river. I'm not sure that explains why I'm not catching though. I'm going to switch the hook length to an 0.13 again. When I bring that back in, I just want to see if it makes a difference. kind of curious as to why I was catching those roach and then or having bites and then nothing. You know, where have they gone? Forget the big fish, you know, I'm happy that the big fish might just be moving about in the stretch and stuff like that, but no. I don't think any reason why the roach would leave when there's bait to be had. Unless the pikes come through, you know, scare them, but I don't think that's happened. He's saying he can't get a bite on maggot to my right. He can't get a bite at all. So let's try this. Find a hook length, you know, you've got to try things to learn. Can't just stay on the same rig, not catch him for the rest of the day, you know. So let's see. First I'm getting bites now. That'll prove it all to me. Right. 1/4 past, we've got an hour and 1/4 to go. Have a quick look like this, and then I'm gonna have to set up for a big fish for the last hour, just because it's caught. He's got a bream to my left, I've got a chub, there's a bream to my right. I need another big fish. That's not a bite, that's a stick. Go away, please, stick. I'm going to have to remove that, but I do need to just nip to the loo. So bear with me. Right, it's the camera angles for a minute. I'm back. Yeah, yeah, not allowed to move. Yeah, good luck, mate. Have a good couple of days. Hope you catch a few. Oh, another uncontrollable dog. Let's move that before it walks over it. Love it. These dogs just stare at the owners, if to say, just not interested. Just move that camera back, and then they'll get level with me. And then the dog will come running down to see me. There you go. Mum shouts no, dog ignores her. Dad shouts dog's name, dog ignores him. Right, what's the time? 20 past. Hour and 10 minutes to go. Like the rig doesn't seem to be generating any bites. Couple more minutes here, then I'll put it to the left. We'll switch back to the heavier hook length, and then we'll have to stay on that till the end of the day. I go back to a worm and maggot, a worm and pinky. Guy to my right's chucked out back into the middle of the river. Guy to my left's reported no more bites since he missed a bite. I suspect his one bream is going to weigh more than my one chub, unfortunately. Even though my chub is chunky, I think it's only going to weigh about 4 pound. His bream could be 5. I do wonder if a maggot feeder would be good in this situation. I think next year I'm going to bring some heavy maggot feeders to try for when the peg's gone like this. See if that can spark some activity. I don't know why the fish would not flock to the bait. if there's fish here, and I'm comfortable that there is fish here. Alright, let's try one. Put into the left. See, if I was able to catch some roach now, I would, quite happily. If it's one big fish, you know, if I can catch 5 roach, 6 roach, you know, I'll be really happy with that. As earlier I didn't want them because I needed to catch a lump. Now I'd be happy for them. Nothing doing. So I'll keep up with the chop worm. Go back onto a worm. And work on the belief that putting chop worm through the rig is the right idea to create some scent in the water that draw some fish to my peg. Okay, big fish will bust. So that was an hour to go. That's pretty much been the story for the last 4 hours, and now I've managed to keep it, which I knew I was going to do. unnecessary distractions. 2 roach, 1 chub, Simon. Hi Grimley. Yeah, good. Well, I say good. Good could be terrible. I've had 2 roach and 1 chub. He's had 1 bream to my left, and I think he's got 1 bream, 2 to my right. And I don't know what about the other 2 anglers. I guess we'll do a little rundown. We've got an hour to go. Started off as normal. I balled it with 8 balls, which was senseless river and senseless roach, with 250mm caster, 250mm hemp, 100mm of dead maggot. That's not all in, because I still had 2 balls worth of ground bait left, but the majority of that's gone in from the start. I've run the pole float over the top of it for 10 runs. It was too fast. I've got on the pole feeder. I've had indications for roach pretty quickly. I've had 3 bites that I've missed on the worm and pinky, so I've switched to a size 18 on 013, and I've had 2 roach and I've missed a bite. And then he's caught a bream to my left, which has forced me back onto the worm rig on the 017 to a size 12. I've not caught, and then I've started cycling through stuff on a routine. I've then gone on to 3 maggots on the size 12, and I've caught a chub about 4 pound, 5 pound. I don't know, I'm no good at chub weights. It's a big chub, and then nothing. I've put in plenty of chop worm, I've put in plenty of casters, maggots, pinkies, everything, but it just seems devoid of fish. I don't know why. There was roach here for sure, and then the roach have left for some reasons. I don't think there was just 2 roach. And yeah, but I think the job is to just keep putting chop worm through, keep fishing worm on the hook now, and see if I can catch myself a bream or a skimmer. Or another chub. I'm going to keep plodding away. I'm going to keep putting chop worm and casters and some pinkies through the ground bait, you know, in the hope that the scent of the chop worm drags, you know, a decent sized fish into the peg. But where the roach are, I don't know. I must have had a bite within about, well, 2 casts after I put in 8 balls. Unless the river's flowing that fast that those 8 balls go in, last for 10 minutes and then they're gone, you know. And that bait is long since scattered hours and hours ago down through my peg and then down the river. It can't be like that though. I don't believe it's like that. Anyway, then I've sat here for a few hours and not caught anything. Could be worse. I could have just had 2 roach. Or 1 roach. Or blanked. But I am looking forward to fishing this stretch in the summer, where I expect to catch roach all day long. We'll see. We'll see. 1 more bonus fish, I think, could put me in a real good position. I don't know what the other 2 anglers have caught. There's 6 of us fishing today. No idea what the guy all the way to my left, he's walked all the way up to the renowned bream peg. So I hope he's had a good day's fishing. Caught a load, but I don't know, it just seems a bit weird. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Probably the next time I fish a match on this river, I'll be complaining that there's no flow. Right. Eyes down. £5 bream before the end of the day, please. Or a big perch, that'll do. Just want that tip to go dunk dunk walk. Come on, fish. I'm only here for another 3/4 of an hour. If you're going to get something to eat, you've got to come and get it now. Oh, I know. There is an inlet stream over that far side. I remember walking past it now the other day. Well, not the other day, a couple of weeks ago with my son. There's a guy trying to catch pike there. I wonder if that's why Craig fancies that peg to my right. As if that's bringing some more oxygen into the river just there. I think that's potentially a natural fish holding part. I don't know. It's quite wide, the river. I don't know that it would make that much impact, but maybe that's it. Or maybe he's just had some good days there before, and you know, it's not about the fish being residential there. He's just had some good days. See me coming fourth today. Top weight £15, and then it'll be £5, £6, £5, and I'll weigh in like £4.9 or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, maybe this bait is just getting washed away really quick. I don't know. I don't know whether I should just ball it again. I've been sitting here for a couple of hours with this, with nothing going on. Should I just ball it? fish. Right, I could absolutely sit here for another 3/4 of an hour and nothing happened. I'm convinced of it. So, let's dump all that in there. Dump that in there. Most of that in there. And that. Oh. The hemp and casters, Grimley. I'm just trying to understand why the roach were there after the initial feed, and then why they went. Maybe the mix is a little bit too wet. It's broken down a lot quicker than I thought. And then, you know, the fish were there and then they left. 40 minutes to go after sitting there for a couple of hours with no fish. I don't see any harm in doing what I've just done and see if suddenly I get signs of life, you know. Otherwise I'm not going to know. Maybe my initial balls this morning weren't hard enough, and they've broken down too much on impact. Who knows? I think they're rock hard sticky, but maybe they're not. Maybe that bag of roach in there makes them a little bit more cloudy. That's pretty much what they're like. Down there and watch it. Right, when's it gone in? 10 to. Come on, fish. 40 minutes to go. So as I was saying earlier, if you just joined in, thanks for tuning in. I've got the Tunnel Barn Farm Spring Festival coming up. I think it's 15th, 17th of April. So I'm going to try and do a few matches up at Tunnel Barn Farm in the next couple of weeks. Get my gear ready for that competition. Try and get in tune with the venue. I think they'll have an open match on the Sunday before it. That's generally what happens. So stay tuned for that. I'll look to cover that event. get all that up on the channels. That'd be nice. 4 solid days of F1 fishing, which will be completely different to this. So ground bait's broken down. It's still got a ball shape, but there's a bunch of it breaking down now. Which has not lasted as long as I wanted to, but it's on the bottom, and it's, you know, you got to remember that rivers are, I can't remember what it is, 3 times as fast on the top as they are on the bottom. Something like that. I do wonder why the fish have not stayed, but anyway. So yeah, I've got Tunnel Barn Farm coming up in the middle of April, which will be nice. It'll be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays. I think people might be able to watch it more than sometimes they can at the weekend, but that's coming up. And then in June I've got another 3-day event at Tunnel Barn Farm, which is the Daiwa Pole Masters. It's the 10th year of that event. So I'm looking forward to that. And then I've got a Fishermania match at the end of June, and then everything else in between. So it's all going to be busy. I might have to go piking in the next couple of weeks to get rid of some dead baits. See if I can catch myself a pike before the pike season ends at Orchid Lakes. And then as it starts to get warmer, we might catch some more catfish or go catfish fishing, as well as go and do an overnight session. And I'm thinking if I plug the cameras into the portable battery that I've got, I should be able to keep them going probably for 24 hours. Alright, Bass, need to turn the notifications on. 1 chub, 2 roach. So not the best of days, but I don't think I've been out, you know, I don't think I've done badly compared to what other people have caught, but I certainly don't feel like I've had an edge today. It's not been good enough. But, you know, that's fishing. Let's see if some other fish might have come in since I've reballed it. Who knows? We'll keep plugging away for the next half hour. Is it? I think it's the end of March. At Orchid Lakes. I think I've got till then. I think the notification should work for the live as well as the videos and shorts. I don't think it's different. I don't know. Flick it off and flick it on again. It's a lovely bit of river. I can't wait to. Hopefully I can get through down this bank in the summer. This is all going to grow up. This is going to be massive, you know, people-sized reeds through here. And I might have to come down with a set of shears and cut my way into a peg in the summer. But I've got a lot of confidence it's going to be jam full of fish, but not sure why those roach have shied off today. Anyway, we'll keep at this for the next half an hour and see what see if we can get another bonus fish. Flow's come up again, Neil. Just FYI, if you're watching this back on repeat. Not a lot, but that sticks back underwater. Oh no, I haven't looked at boxes for years. I've got a Preston Absolute. It's 12 years old now. When they first brought it out, it weighs an absolute ton, but it gives me the confidence it's rock solid. So I like it for that, but I certainly don't need it. I don't need it to be as heavy as it is. And I think they brought out a lighter carbon one. I think the current models are lighter as well. I think this is something like 16 kilos. Might be something like that, which is too heavy. The thing going for it most of the time is the fact I'm driving to my peg, but today it's a bit of a walk through the farmer's field back to the car, but it's just about doable. Come on, fish. Oh, typical rain starting again. Wicker basket was my first. I remember. Well, it's not a wicker bar, it was a wicker box. It was a wicker box. Then I got given a box, which was a fiberglass bottom, wooden top, by a gentleman called Mervyn. Next one up from that was a ASI, which I really liked. And this massive side tray that went under the bottom of the box. I think they were really popular. An ASI box, and that got stolen. And then I had a 6-drawer Boss box, which is what my son now uses. And then I had a Daiwa, maybe Daiwa Tournament, something like that. But I didn't quite get on with it, and then switched to this one. I've had more boxes than I had cars. Can't even buy a bite. Right, little maggots for the last 20 minutes. Yeah, it's still really popular, Boss boxes. I think they're still really popular amongst river anglers. You know, the ability to pull them with the hand at the back, I think, is really important. So I think they're really popular for that reason. And if you're fishing with a feeder, or, you know, not fishing a pole a lot, I don't know, but you can still get a feeder arm on the legs and that type of stuff. So I'm going to try and stimulate a bite by packing away this pole rig while I'm still fishing. Okay, that's not worked. Oh, 12 minutes past. Pellets. It depends on the venue. Oh, I don't know. What am I going to say to that? I can only use one bait for the rest of my life ever. Worms. Maggot. Maggot. It's going to be maggot. Of all the fish that I catch, I'm trying to think what I can't catch on maggots. And I'm thinking about all the fish I catch and thinking what I can't catch on worms. What would I say is more difficult to catch on maggot than worm? Bream, but no bream, dead maggot, but not for river worms. It would be worms. Worms would be the bait. I can catch gudgeon, roach, rudd, bleak, chub, bream, carp, barbel, catfish, pike's anyone that's not. I'm not comfortable about catching a pike on worms really, but nor maggot either. So no, it's going to be worms. Why? Probably because it's going to stack rank better than other things. So if you take pellets, for example, and I love fishing with pellets, I'm not going to catch a chub on a pellet really. I don't think I'm going to catch a perch on a pellet. Roach on pellets is not the most traditional, easiest thing to do. So it's going to catch me the most species of fish, and I've had good luck with. I've done well with worms over the years. Every season I catch more fish on worms probably than anything else. It contributes to catching more fish, whether it's chop worm, or whether it's fishing a bunch of worms on a hair rig for a catfish. You know, when I go catfish fishing, that's definitely what I'm fishing with. Bunch of popped up worms. So yeah, I think worms are probably the most. They've been good to me, and I think you catch most species on them. And you can do lots of different styles of fishing with worm. I can fish short with worm. I can fishing shallow with worm's not the greatest, but you could do it if you chop it up. Fish it like you could fish a ball of chopped worm and soil for F1s up against shelves and margins and islands in the summer's fantastic. So chopped worm all day long. That'd be the one. Maggots is not far behind. Maggot is not far behind. Right, what's the time? 1:15. Got it in again. Right, well, I don't really think I want to catch 3 fish today, but as I said earlier, at least I've caught. And maybe if I hadn't been fishing the pole feeder, I'd just been fishing the feeder, I might have only caught 1 or 2, but at least it's good to be out on the last day before, the last fit day that I can fish the river before the season ends, I think. And at least I have 1 good chub. It's just a bit disappointing that's the only good fish. What am I fishing at? 13.5. .5 meters. Not 13.5, 13 meters. Yeah, no worries. Have a good time. It's a bit unusual fishing till 2:30. I'm back into the realms of fishing until 4 now. 11 till 4 matches. I didn't think about it. If I was catching then and it wasn't raining, maybe I'd have just fished on. Yeah, stretch of river's got the better of us today. Still, as I said, the Chub will make a nice picture. Just try it out to that left. A few minutes. All you know is that tip took a thump thump to the left in the elastic stretch. Come on, fish. Let's have you. Two more minutes, I think. Oh, I think that's pretty much it. I'm not going to move this pole till he calls it all out though. That's my mark. So I'll just go over this rig actually. Right. So down at the business end, 1 metre Preston pre-tied hook length. Don't have to, but that's just what I'm using. Down to a very stiff, get that off, Guru speed bead. The feeder's attached just with a swivel and safe link. It's a 40 gram Preston feeder with the weight at the end. I find that they're better for going down. And then in terms of what's going on at this end, it's relatively simple. I've got black hydro in the pole. It's an 8 pound ST, and that comes down to 2 gripper stops, 2 more gripper stops from Drennan, and a piece of pink hydro. What we do is you have a loop of line, so it forms like a D. So what happens is when the fish pulls on the rig, it doesn't pull on the black hydro, it's pulling on the pink hydro. It's a lot easier for the fish to pull. It's a lot more sensitive. If you get a really big fish, all that will happen is that line, that elastic will straighten out, and then you'll be playing the fish on the main line. Okay, and then it's the main line versus the black hydro. Very clever little idea. So the sensitivity of the bite is on the pink, and then it bottoms out, and then you're playing it on the black. Super smart idea. I've seen a video that Matt Godfrey did where he incorporated a I want to say a float, but a part of a which you get off of a flat float, like a flat float bristle, with 2 bits of rubber on sort of the water, and then we it. But I found it didn't really add anything, because if you hold on the pole, you can feel everything. You don't need to see it anyway. So that's the rig, and then the bit down here to make it work is a what do I want to call that? Hook up. That's what I want to call it. That normally goes around your pole on your top kit, and you hook your hook through that little hole. Actually, you can just put it on the side, because what you need is the line to hook against it. So when you fill your feeder in, you put it against it, and then it doesn't go in the water. So it's just a hook up, and just on with a bit of electrical tape comes off. No marks to the pole. Everyone's happy. So that's it. That's the match of the day. It's been a funny old one. I've put 8 balls into the start with hemp, caster, and dead maggot, and I've gone over that straight away with the pole line. I've had about 10 runs through, not caught anything, and decided it was a bit too fast, so I've come off it, gone on the pole feeder. I've had 3 bites that I haven't hit, so I've concluded a small roach, come off, put a smaller hook length on. I've caught 2 roach, had another couple of bites I've missed. He's caught a bream on my left hand side, and I've decided that's the point where I need to change what I'm doing to go and fish for bigger fish. That's what I've done. I've caught one chub. I've had no other big fish, and then ironically I've had no other fish, despite me putting in plenty of chop worm, going back on maggot, fishing maggot on the hook, going to a smaller hook length, and doing all the sorts of things I would assume I would needed to have done to catch some more roach, but no more roach have come. I don't really know why, but I'll just put it down for one of those days. What I did do is I did try and ball it again to see if that would make a difference. I put in 2 balls and I put in another 7 balls and it made no difference at all. So at least I'm not going to sit there and wonder what happens if I'd have done that. So that's it. That's the day. I hope you've enjoyed watching a bit of fishing in the pouring rain. But I need to, I don't know, that's kinked. I need to remake that rig. I need to get packed up and go and phone my mum for Mother's Day. Catch you the next one. Ta-da.